equator. You can get it from there, straight line, right? Below, curved up, curved down, right? Must curve one way or the other. The only way it can be straight is if it curves through the next dimension.
So then that's not straight.
But we can make it a full circle if we go to the top. So it's obviously a geometric proof. The inference is about how good are we at measuring the path of the sun.
Okay, so you've just smuggled your globe in. You begged the question of the very thing that you're trying to conclude when you said to go above or below it. You said go above or below it.
The test, yeah.
No, we don't need to test a model. You just need to directly measure the surface to show what reality is.
To show that a straight path is still curved through another dimension. Yeah.
So it's not straight, it's actually curved.
Yep. Doesn't curve left or right.
Is the surface curving?
Well, that's the test, isn't it? That's what we're testing.
No, it's not the test.
That's what you seem to be agreeing is the case.
No, it's not the test.
If
you want to know if a sun goes dead overhead, you measure that. You don't eyeball stuff in the sky and then draw all sorts of inferences and conclusions from sky gazing. You just directly measure the surface in question. Can you directly measure?
Does anybody do that, though? Have you ever done that?
No, they don't. You don't do that because you can't.
You haven't done that. So you've made up this thing that nobody does. No, and we've got to do this thing that even I myself don't. It's a bit weird, man.
I have not measured the surface for curvature. Nobody has. Nobody's measured it and shown curvature. That's why you're going here instead, because that's the thing. If it did curve like that, you would just show it directly. Why would you go to some other thing and then try to, do this whole tap dance of inferring it?
Measuring it directly would require you to have like an instrument that was like thousands of miles long, though, wouldn't it?
Why would it have to be thousands? It's supposed to be dropping at inches per mile squared.
Well, couldn't you just do that with a canal then?
I think you could.
Has it been done with a canal? Like, I've seen videos of people doing it with a canal.
No. Their excuse is refraction.
Sorry. Just the next door neighbor calling. That's a nice community.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get the proof, and the inference is about the measurement.
It's an inference?
The geometry. The proof is geometry. The inference is the measurement. And it would solve for flat Earth what is the North Pole, right?
Measurement. What figures did you obtain through that measurement?
I haven't done it. You haven't done it.
So it's not
you
measurement.
Measured the Earth. Come on, why do you want to do this? Measure the Earth. Tell me those tests you've done, heretic. I'm curious.
So now you're trying to switch off of it.
Well, because you keep demanding tests of me, and
it's your claim, buddy. So yeah, you should be doing the tests to support your claims. Because it's your claim. I'm supposed to go out and do tests and validate your claim?
What did I claim? What did I say?
You claim that the sun must be curving in a certain axis, which then necessitates the surface to be curving in that axis too.
Yeah.
But you'll stop shy of ever showing any measurements that actually directly demonstrate that because you can't, because it's not, unless you can show me that. Nautical mile is not a measurement of the surface curve.
A nautical mile...
This is another inference.
But if a nautical mile and its kilometre measurement match up, then and they stay matched up, then that suggests that a nautical mile, the geometry that would allow that is that a nautical mile is always a portion of a great circle route. So that's another way to test it.
Okay.
Is a nautical mile everywhere I go the same as the statute mile should be?
Okay, so you got 60 nautical miles per degree.
It should get wider, at east-west, but not north-south.
So 60 nautical miles per degree is your, quote, measurement.
It's a way you could measure it if you chose to.
Have you
ever done any tests?
Oh, shut up. I'm asking you a clarifying question. Is 60 nautical miles per degree your claimed measurement?
I'm not claiming I have measured. I'm saying
for fuck's sake, you just did. Dude, this is such garble. A second ago, you said, here's a measurement. Okay, you didn't do it. Is that a measurement?
Oh, if you want, I don't know.
You don't know. You just said a minute ago it was. The fuck, dude? Are you tracking with what you're saying? Why is it all so garbled? You said a second ago that the nautical mile will be a measurement. Now you're saying, I don't know. It's a way you could measurement. Really?
Yeah.
So what is that measurement? 60 nautical miles per degree is going to measure a curvature drop of the surface?
It's up to you what would make you change your mind. But
what do you mean it's up to me? This is your claim.
What would happen if I did the test? What would happen?
What test?
Well, you're saying I've got to go do this measurement now of a nautical mile, right?
What the fuck, dude? I'm not saying you have to. I'm asking you if that is a measurement of the surface being curved. this claim of 60 nautical miles per degree.
If you're measuring one against the other, then what you are doing is measuring if the surface is curved, yes. If you're saying
measuring one against the other,
miles and nautical miles maintain their relationship within a very high degree of reliability, north, south, and east, west, regardless of where I am, then yeah, it would be showing that the surface is every straight line is a great circle route.
Okay, that's because you have 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude?
It's a measurement of a full circle, yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, no, that would be an inference once again. Okay, so let's ask you this: where does latitude come from? Where does latitude come from?
Have you ever tested it?
What is latitude? Testing it right now.
I mean, you could say it a bunch of different ways. You could say it's an angular measurement from the core of Earth. You could say it's it's a defined line based upon the angle of Polaris.
There you go, angle of Polaris, right?
Well, not really Polaris.
It's a distance-angle relationship, right?
Yeah, it's showing
observer to Polaris, right?
An angle and a distance remain consistent. There is a linear relationship between 60 nautical miles and that degree.
And that comports with this claim of a curved sphere, right?
Yeah.
Because the geometry of the sphere is causing everything in the sky to go behind it the further away you move from stuff's ground position, right?
At a rate where angles and distance are linear.
Right. So what I just said is true, right? According to you.
I wanted to add that clarifier because you will get stuff dropping anyway, but not at the correct rate.
So that rate then, to you, your claim is that it necessitates a sphere that can only be accomplished by a curved surface blocking the things that are in the sky.
When did I say that? Did I use those words?
No, that's not right then. No, you didn't use those words. Is it okay if I just paraphrase your point? Does that make any difference?
Like, as long as you're not going to hold me to your wording, like, sure, I think it's
well, the stuff's going over the curve, surface. Basically, right? To put it simply,
I think it's a good evidence we live on a curved surface because
it's good evidence. I thought it was, so. This is not a. I thought it was going to be a measurement. Now it's just a good evidence. So you're being really slippery. Is it going over the curve or not?
Is what going over the curve?
Polaris, the things in the sky.
Yeah, quite probably. That's what it seems
quite
to indicate.
Quite probably. Yeah. So that's a geometric horizon then.
What do you mean? So that's what's a geometric horizon?
Dude. Yeah, playing dumb some more.
You just want to talk about the geometric horizon?
Playing dumb some more. No, there's a certain extent over that surface. Okay. Yeah, you did. It's inherent within your claim. When you said that stuff is going... No, it is. Okay. Now you're going to throw it away?
Say when you've got it's already in
horizon. Yeah, there, that's you're my saying claim. There's a certain extent over the surface you can see because it's dropping away from you, and that extent will be the geometric horizon. Now you're saying you're not claiming that? Well, then you just bend your own claim. And
to me, the horizon and latitude doesn't make a whole... I guess they're kind of related, but not massively.
They are related according to you. It will be the horizon that's causing the physical obstruction that you just claimed. And if we don't actually observe that, then your claim is kind of shot.
Not really, no.
Yeah, really, yeah.
I'm not able to attack this claim, but I have a different point.
Your claim has been attacked. It's inherent within the claim that there's a certain extent over the surface you can see, and beyond that, everything starts to become occluded at a certain rate, and that's where you're getting this geometry of a globe from with respect to the things in the sky. And if we don't actually observe that curvature or that geometry of the Earth, if we see further than it should allow us to, then your inferences about how things in the sky vanish the further away from them you move, from the ground positions, it's all crap.
So is it just so I can make sure I understand this, you're saying this evidence that the surface of the Earth is curved is moot because I have other evidence that indicates an inability to detect the curvature of the ground?
No, it's because that curvature isn't there, so that can't be the reason that the things in the sky are happening the way that they are. So you wanted to test your stuff, so I'm offering a test.
Can you prove a negative?
We're ruling out your positive claim. The fuck, you're just saying words at this point.
You're saying there is no curvature because I can't find it, despite the fact that many flat earthers have in fact found it.
What, they have?
And you haven't tested it, it sounds like.
You have made the claim of the geometry of the face of the Earth,
you entered into this argument
that you can only see so far.
So now your detections are on the table.
You can only see so far.
They can be impeached.
Oh my God, dude.
Come on. You've said we've tested it. We can't find it. So how did you test it? Now the question's on the table. Answer the question.
You've smuggled a geometric horizon into your claim, and then you wanted to disown that as soon as I called it out. What the fuck? Dude, this is the test. Do we see the finite geometric distance of the surface that we must if everything is happening the way you say it is? No, we don't. We see further than that. That's your test. Do you want me to just post the same shit you've seen 1,000 times so that you can then bury the very geometry that you're saying blocks stuff in the sky by claiming refraction, and then basically chewing up your own claim by saying we don't actually even see this geometry that you say somehow simultaneously causes you not to see things that vanish behind it. It's all incoherent, dude.
I don't remember saying anything like that.
I know, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just a rhetorician.
Rhetorician doesn't even make sense, man. Come on.
It's rhetoric.
We can have a reasonable discussion about the equator, but the fact that you want to talk about the geometric horizon because you feel that's strong ground just admits that this point debunks you.
No, that point debunks you.
Sure. Running to a different point that you think debunks
it's not
you
a different point. It's inherent within the point on the table.
Is this different point?
Nah, you're being slimy, dude. It is the point on the table. You're saying that you've got this curved surface that's getting in the way of all these things beyond it. So that would be that geometric distance over the surface that you can see, the quote-unquote geometric horizon. You're being super slimy, dude.
Slimy is to...
Yeah, and you're pretty good at being slimy. Like, I'll give you that. It's not meant to even be an insult. I'm just calling out the behavior. It is what it is.
I mean, to mute...
You're pretty good at that.
Somebody so that you can insult and backfill.
That's
and then
pretty
call
fucked
them
up.
slimy in the process is a bit...
He does have a point there.
Yeah, bye-bye. No, you're acting like a slime ball, dude.
I just think we can discuss whether the equator is a line...
Well, let's just discuss it then. Why do you have to use all the tactics? Why all the tap dancing? I know I know. Then you went to 60 nautical miles per degree. That's supposed to be the measurement of the surface, then, which would comport with this claim, this inference that you have.
Let's go at a different way that's related to that. Do you think we can track the GP of the sun and get a pretty good idea of its speed? Let's say overland in Brazil, can two people 1,000 miles an hour apart figure out that it took it an hour to get from dead overhead from one to the other?
Its speed? The sun's moving?
The GP of the sun.
Oh, the GP of the sun.
Can they detect that the sun is dead overhead with a transit instrument, right? It's this thing that's like a plumb bob telescope thing that just shoots a crosshair dead at the vector of up and sees if the sun passes overhead. Do you think we can then get a rough speed of the sun?
Sure.
Okay. How fast do you reckon it might be going?
Well, you're going to say 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
Roughly 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. How long does it have to complete the circuit?
Circle or circuit?
Circuit.
A day?
Yeah. So times 24, right? So just over 1,000 miles an hour times 24, just over hours. And you get...
Hey, I have a call. 1 sec. I got to do something.
The radius of Earth. So flat Earth has a curved circuit that is probably circular, that the sun, that we can detect if it's passing at that GP, on the equinox draws a line of GPs around it. A circuit that, if you're standing on that point, that line appears to be straight across the ground. It does not curve left or right. The sun goes from dead behind you to dead overhead to dead in front. But the line seems to complete a circuit. Geometry would give you a solution for this problem and would say you're in the middle of that circle. Flat Earth might have a solution. It's got the straight sides to a circuit that anybody else who might see it from anywhere else on Earth would be going, that looks like a circular path to me. That circuit looks circular. That was a backfill.
Somebody give Eggshells a plastic trophy so he can feel better about himself.
Well, it's a pretty good proof, right? Because it says flat Earth has a radius that is 3959, and it needs to show because the circuit, we can measure the speed and we can measure the time, so we know the distance, and that gives us 39.59. So it's a really good proof. It says flat Earth has the same radius to prove, and it needs to prove it's in XY space, despite the fact Heretic already admits it can't be in XY space because the path appears to be straight on the equator at the equinox. So it's a real slam dunker kind of deal for flat Earth. It says that a circuit must be completed through something other than XY geometry, which rules out Euclid, which rules out that all verticals are parallel. So it's a really good one. I'm very proud of it. And it requires my favorite thing, which is flat Earth, to deny like increasingly wild things. Like you the other day, Alpha, said the equator might have an infinite radius. That's a great one.
Yeah, look up the celestial sphere, right?
We clearly know it's a path on the ground, that it completes a circuit in about 1,000 miles an hour in 24 hours. So that gives us 39.59. So obviously not an infinite radius. Exactly the radius you've been asking us, how did we get for years, has been right under your noses. Circuit that completes every 24 hours without turning left or right. That somebody else from somewhere else in the world would say, that path appears curved to me. It looks like it's going round somebody on the equator in a circle. North for the people in the south and south for the people in the north. All of them see circles, except this one guy. I think I need to go back to flat. That would make state borders in America in the sky as well, actually, if the equator's in the sky. It's a fun idea, Alpha. You're never standing in Texas because Texas is actually in the sky.
Hello? My friend? Hello? Oh, hello, hello? Hello? Hi, my friend?
Hey, what's going on, man? Oh, he's gone. Yeah. goes there.
I'm still here, but nobody likes my equatorial curvature test.
It's not a test of curvature.
It could be if you wanted to. If you wanted to prove your reality, prove your 3959 radius.
It could be if you wanted it to. So it works as a test if I want it to.
I don't want it to. He said, yeah.
Yeah, so if I don't want it to, then it doesn't work as a test?
What's the asking about the testing, though? Like, there's something very funny about that, isn't there? Like,
you're the one who keeps saying the word test.
To ask me. I get if you were like a keen community of like regular test doers to be like, hey, come along on our next testing thing. Test it for yourself, goddammit. But to be a community who doesn't actually test stuff and be like, where are your tests, is weird. Because it's like saying I've got this one rule for what I'll accept as evidence, and it's something I don't even do myself.
What are you talking about? There's people out here who do tests.
Who? Who here's done a test?
Well, most of the flat earthers claim to have done.
But I've never heard
anybody. Jedi says he's measured the surface.
Alpha's never shared one. Have you done one?
No.
You asked me for tests, right?
Well, for your claims, yeah. What's wrong with that?
Because it's a weird standard if you don't test things.
No, that's just a weird standard that you just put out there. If you're making the claim, I'm wondering what you did to validate it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but
you're good at kind of like framing things. See, what you do is you just kind of frame things in a way. No, you don't. You don't do that, but you kind of make it look like you do if you're doing your act properly. You kind of just have a way of kind of framing a conversation, but you don't actually make any points.
I do.
Yeah, see, that's you just framing it again.
Be the same as the claimed radius.
No, there's no curvature of the equator because that would be detectable from the surface.
And we can't detect it from the surface in left or right.
No, I'm not talking about left or right. I'm talking about vertical drop over distance, and that can't be detected, and that's the thing that you conclude from your inference. So, I mean, you don't have a good point, but you are a pretty good rhetorician. You tap dance pretty well, and you frame a conversation in a way that makes it look to somebody who doesn't know any better like maybe you have some clue what's going on. But
they're avoiding what he's saying.
Yeah, I'll give you credit. I'll give you credit there. You're pretty good with that
circle, and I know the length of it.
It's not a circle. And see, this the sophistry is so bad. Like you refuse to call it a circle in one instance. Yeah, a straight line looks a lot like a circle. Cool story, buddy.
It does if you're in the center of it. I've given my inference. I've given my reasoning.
So if I'm in the center of it, if I'm in the center of a circle, it's going to look like a straight line.
Yeah.
That's not a strong inference. See, these are really horrible garbage arguments, but you have a way of kind of like you've got an eloquence in this way that you articulate them in the way that like you kind of ridicule the person you're talking to. Take them together though. Like you don't actually have any points. It's all rhetoric and sort of like mind games and stuff.
What I'm saying is, for one person on the equator, it looks straight. For somebody north, it looks like an arc to the south of them. From somebody south, it looks like an arc to the north of them. Right, so other people on the same day are seeing the same sun appearing to be in a curved path, but one person standing dead underneath it says that path appears straight. It's pretty good. Like, it might only be inference, but it's pretty fucking good inference based on geometry.
So if you're not on the equator, it doesn't look like a straight line.
That's right.
Which way is it dropping?
That's the question, right?
Isn't that your claim?
Is this circuit being completed in Euclidean XY space, or is there a third Z dimension through which we must find this?
Well, if it's a question, then I guess this isn't a proof. It's just a question.
Let's get two drones,
You can mix it up into your Lotus Tones or Tolans or whatever you want. It's pretty easy to do those, as you well know. Then they're nothing impressive.
When we get a drone, right? We get two drones, and we put one. It doesn't matter. Somewhere, we're further north than the other, right? And so we have them meet at the intersecting longitude and latitude lines and crash into each other. It's got to be like, and we'll have them traveling at 60 nautical miles an hour each.
I like it. I like it.
They're
I also had this other one of
60 nautical miles away from the impact point, right? See if they crash.
I like the one of get a gyro and get in a plane and fly that plane due east at 1,000 and something miles an hour. And what that would do is then should be cancelling the curvature of the rotation of Earth. So taking a gyro up there would be the only time the gyro doesn't measure.
Right, in a curve, like at the same altitude or in a perfectly horizontal fashion, which would be the same elevation. Wouldn't be a change in elevation. Oh, there's a conundrum there.
What's that?
You get it. Well, I'd like to see you make it fly in a perfectly straight line. No up, no down, no left, no right.
Perfectly.
See if it gains altitude.
That's never going to happen. Maybe not never, but maybe in a quintillion years or something. But I mean, there's always a finer degree through which you can look to. Plus, most methods of navigation, I think, to go straight often require that you just detect when you're off straight, which actually means that your straight finding is as a result of losing it. You know, same with certainly with my drone. It's got to get
usually to gain altitude, an aircraft has to pull up, right?
Gain airspeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the idea of a plane going 1,000 miles an hour the opposite direction would, a mechanical or ring laser gyro would not detect anything. Any angular change. Have one on the same time on the ground, still getting 15 degrees per hour, gives you a pretty good idea that it's caused by physical rotation. Still all just inference, but there's a lot of it. Miles and miles of it stacking up. Why I'm saying Flat Earth needs to do some tests. Nobody on Flat Earth does any bloody tests.
That's just more rhetoric, more BS.
Who here's done a test?
It's just inference, so much inference. We got a lot of it. It's all stacking up. Yeah, but when it's directly scrutinized, it always falls apart.
Yeah, like me asking for tests and who's done one. That's fallen apart.
Why are you flipping the burden? That's also your position falling apart. You wouldn't need to do that if you had a solid position.
I mean, I've been defending the position for years now to say, where's your test people after 2-3 years of chatting.
Okay, that would be relevant when somebody makes a claim that requires a test to be validated or falsified.
Why do Flat Earthers not have anything to prove? Or is it just they can't prove anything, so they're claiming they don't need to?
Talking about anybody can prove that water rests level and horizontal.
But yeah, just
you need me to go do that for you? What are you talking about? I can just provide a citation. That's well understood.
So no
it's the physics of water. Hydrostatics.
Zero tests.
What the fuck? Oh, there's been plenty of tests done. I think that those physics textbooks are based on that talk about hydrostatic equilibrium. I don't know what you're on about, dude. Why do we have to go and reinvent the wheel?
Tests and you really haven't done one?
Yes, tests are required for claims. I'm not going to just go around randomly asking people who didn't claim anything for a test, but if you're going to say that something works a certain way, I'm going to wonder, how did you verify that?
Right, but regularly in most realms in the world, people tell you what they think and they haven't always tested it, right? Not many people test things, which is fine. You can then just have a conversation about what you think might happen in this scenario.
Test flat water for myself. That's easy.
What happens in this other scenario?
Yeah, just fill up a bathtub with some water. What does it do?
But have you done that?
If you want to get real pedantic, well, no. To be fair, I haven't taken a tape measure to the water level and checked that it's perfectly horizontal. I'm content with my experience.
What would a tape measure tell you about horizontal anyway?
What the fuck? I'm going to check the surface level and see if it's even. But it obviously is.
So it's not even a test though, right? For the test people, that's a really...
dude. Okay, were tests done in order to write the books on hydrostatics? Do you think?
Not by you. I hope.
Who cares?
Anyway. Otherwise, I'll doubt those books and their results.
Who fucking cares if I did it or not? I'm not saying you have to do anything. I've never said that, so I don't know why you keep holding that position.
Why have you tested that, guys? That's the.
Okay, well, maybe I say that in a colloquial sense. Have you, whatever.
Yeah, and I'm challenging.
I'm not necessarily requiring you to do something. I'm asking for anybody who has a citation.
Well, then you can see why it gets people's goat a bit. If you're like, hey, where are your tests of that? In order to open your mouth, you must have tested something. Even colloquially.
No, that doesn't make any sense. This is all brain rot, dude. See, I don't know why.
Admit that you haven't done any tests yourself.
Yeah, it's all brain rot. Like, the points are horrible. Like, the execution and the delivery, the articulation, that's all pretty good. Like, you dress up a turd pretty well. But the logic is just horseshit, dude. Like, if you're making a claim, it's as simple as this. You need to provide some sort of validation for it. Yes, we're asking people who make positive claims about reality all the time what sort of verification for that they have. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward, and it's pretty fair.
Sure. So hydrostatics follows Archimedes, what stuff Archimedes said about curved surfaces.
Oh, okay, what did he say?
Textbook.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. What did he say?
Is that destroyed your evidence, or are we now arguing about who's got better textbook?
No, I don't think it's destroyed it. Nobody's ever demonstrated that water seeks some sort of convex
So now
curve.
we do need a demonstration, so that citation isn't enough.
That's
interesting.
True. That's true.
Interesting.
That's true. But we
so
can back up the citations for water with demonstration easily enough.
Right, so the citation doesn't actually matter. It's the test.
Well, the citation matters a bit, but if it can't be demonstrated as well, then it is just somebody saying something.
Exactly. So we are the test people that do require tests. Have you done any?
For what, dude?
Any of these? Whether the surface of water
You are the one coming in here, trotting out this claim of the sun's path and all these things.
You made the claim about the surface of water being flat.
So then I'm just asking you, what sort of validation for that you have? If you're flipping it around to me,
you can't do it.
Geez,
You've got no validation.
For what? For what? What did I say? This is a burden reversal, dude. It's a fucking burden reversal, dude. You've shifted it around.
You said
you made the claim, so it's only fair.
And now you're admitting you don't even have a citation, and citations aren't necessary.
I do have citations. What the fuck? Now you're straw manning.
But I mean, I'm sure you've got citations which are misunderstanding of claims of very smart globers. But as you said, it doesn't matter. It's about the test.
Misunderstandings. Okay, there's another claim. Let's see if you can prove that one. See what tests you have to verify that.
Actually,
my guess that your work is going to be the misunderstanding of a smart
Shut up.
glober?
You're talking through somebody. Stop it.
Hey, he said a claim of very smart globers I want to test.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to get at. Yeah. You've now made a claim.
Is that a claim?
Yeah, you did claim.
You've got a low bar for when somebody else makes a claim.
Shut up, dude. You said I'm probably misinterpreting my own citations that were written by very smart globers who don't mean what I'm going to cite them to have said.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well, I got 4 of them here for you. You can go through them one by one and show me how I misinterpreted
just
them.
The full text of the first one and its context. Is it a test, or is this what kind of citation?
Okay, so start with the first one, National Air and Space Museum.
So
what am I misinterpreting? Water will always form a flat surface. Yeah, it is. It's a source and it's a quote. It's a citation. Grow up, dude.
I don't think they were too concerned about the shape of the Earth when they made these statements, right?
Exactly.
So the people who wrote that, they're very smart globers, and I'm misinterpreting their statements here?
Probably, yeah. Somebody with the National Air and Space Museum is almost definitely a glober with the globe on their website. If your question is, let me just post this in the chat. If your question is, are these people globers? Then my answer is yes, because they got a
so they didn't really mean
globe
flat
on their website.
So they didn't really mean flat.
And a rocket.
So maybe there's a conundrum in their worldview.
I said
there's a contradiction within their worldview.
The first link took me to a page with a globe and a rocket.
Yes, so they don't actually mean flat with what they said there?
Are they globers? Was I right that this is a page?
So do they have a contradiction, or did they mean something other than what they wrote?
No, simplifying something for kids.
Simplifying it. Can you show that they're simplifying it?
Pre-K website.
Can you show that they're actually simplifying
pre-K?
Yeah, show that they're actually simplifying
Come back to your fucking claim that we're probably misinterpreting this statement.
Yeah,
and fucking point out where the misinterpretation is.
Yeah, you've taken something from pre-K education that is for pre-K, right?
So,
and then gone, this is definitive about the shape of the Earth.
So they're just lying to kids.
Because they didn't explain to 4-year-olds.
No, I didn't say it's definitive about the shape of the Earth. I said about water, dude. And therefore,
this is a good citation. We'll get to tertiary. We'll get to tertiary. Just fucking
pre-K?
address where the fucking misinterpretation is.
And it's
address the misinterpretation.
You said we're misinterpreting what these citations say. So point out in that citation where the misinterpretation is. Point it out. Where's the misinterpretation?
Radiuses to 4-year-olds.
Okay, yeah. So they said flat. They didn't really mean flat. Prove that.
Not explaining the Archimedes principle to 4-year-olds.
Okay, yeah, all right. So they're saying it to 4-year-olds, therefore what they've written there they don't actually mean because they're saying it to 4-year-olds, therefore they're just lying to kids. Or what? What's your claim?
Expect that flat earthers would be so dumb as to take as read something that...
Okay, yeah, now that's an ad hom. So prove that they meant something other than flat. They've written it here in clear, plain English that it's flat surface, and you're saying they mean something other than what they've written. Prove it.
Yeah, what do they mean? What do they mean? Tell us what they mean.
That have rockets and globes on their website.
Okay.
Eggshells. Tell us what they mean.
Listen, I guess they forgot about their broader worldview when they were studying water. Yeah, so tell us what they really meant.
It's pretty fucking obvious. Like it's a shit.
It's not pretty fucking obvious, dude. It's not a shit citation. It's pretty much. You know what's massively obvious, you clown, is that they're exactly right about the behavior of water with the statement that they've made there. Maybe they're beholden to some broader worldview where that actually contradicts with what they've written there, but that's too bad. It looks like when they were writing this, they kind of forgot about that worldview. So what can you produce for us that shows that they did not mean what they wrote there in those exact words?
Yeah, sure. My source is going to be your inability to phrase something that pre-K could understand that describes the curvature of water sufficient to be
rephrase it then. Rephrase it
with
then.
The curvature in. Rephrase this with the curvature in it, and I bet you won't be able to for pre-K audiences.
With flat, when they say flat, you need to say what you think they mean by flat.
No, that's my point.
No, we're misinterpreting flat. What did they mean, and how do you know that?
It'll be fun. It'll be comical.
No, we're misinterpreting flat. What did they mean, and how do you know that that's what they really meant? By the word
pre-K.
flat.
As I said,
that doesn't wash. So let's move to the next one, because you've just said this like 3 times now. Because it's pre-K, that means they didn't really mean flat. That doesn't follow. Doesn't add up. Go to the next one.
I mean, the fact that they've got globe on their phone.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. That doesn't mean that they necessarily meant something other than flat. No, it doesn't
mean anything that they show.
You can't use that to prove that they didn't actually mean flat. Maybe they fucked up and they didn't realize that there's this massive contradiction within their worldview and what they've stated there.
What rational thing could I do that is doable by a human?
Okay, if you have to ask me, that means that you can't then, because now you're looking for a way to actually prove it.
Subjective.
Okay, all right, so you can't then. You have to ask me how you're going to go. Shut up, dude. It's not an insane standard. You made the claim. It is, well, actually, it is an insane standard because it's an unverifiable claim. So you've taken that standard upon yourself. It's not my fault. Stop projecting. Go to the next one now. You obviously can't do it with this one. Show me that I'm misinterpreting the physics hypertextbook.
So you're not going to concede any points on it being
I don't have to. I haven't. What are you talking about? Those aren't points, dude. You're once again just guessing and just wondering and just trying to mind read people and stuff like that. It's not going to wash. You haven't proven that they actually meant something other than what they wrote when they said flat.
It was a pretty fucking good guess, though. Before you.
No, it's not. You don't even know who wrote this. You don't even know who wrote this, dude. You can't point. Maybe it is somebody who knows that the world is not what they've shown it to be with those little cartoons there. You don't know that. It's not a good guess. You're just a dumb politician, dude. You never have a good point. You're just able to kind of dress up a turd.
Sure.
Like a worm.
So the second one is just rests on the 2 different definitions of the word level. You just got to pick one definition of level and claim.
Oh, I have to pick one. No. They've written something there. So tell me what definition they intended with that.
I don't know.
You're saying I'm misreading it.
Both of these are your sources. I don't understand why I'm having to...
once again, dude, you've made the claim that I'm going to be misinterpreting all these sources, so that's why you're now being grilled to show that they don't mean what I've read them to be saying. What the hell? So slimy, and I know that you know what you're doing because you're smart enough to know. It's just pathetic.
I'm just confused here. I feel like if you present the sources and say these are reputable sources, it's incumbent upon you to show that that is the case.
Oh my God, dude. You're saying No, I'll reset it again. You're saying that I'm misreading these citations. They don't mean what I take them to mean. So show me what they actually mean instead of what I took them to mean, and show me how you know that. Please.
It's a massive reversal of the burden.
No, it's not. Okay, you got to take a break because this is getting to be pathetic. It's not a reversal of the burden. You made the claim that I'm misreading them. I'm asking for validation and proof of that claim. You can't just say that I'm reversing the burden when it's just been you making the claim the whole time, dude. The fuck? Take a break. It's getting stupid.
Thanks, Heretic.
It's just weaselly.
Yeah, take that out with you, Egg.
I was just curious.
Every fucking trick in the bag. Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
I'm so curious to know, like, okay, take the word flat out then. What are you going to put in there? What would you put in there?
What did they really mean? That's all I'm asking. He's trying all these fucking sophist techniques. Oh, you're reversing the burden. Dude, you made a simple claim. I'm wrong about what they mean. We know what I think they mean. How do you know what they actually mean? And he's just going to say anything to not address that.
That's something that's synonymous with flat that conforms with his ideology of a sphere Earth.
It's kind of fun to a point, but... Oh, he's chatting.
Yeah, at some point it feels like the slow kid in the class, so you kind of back off. Yeah, I get it.
But he's doing it on purpose, though. I think he's doing it on purpose.
Maybe he'll go and plot that now. He'll email them and say, look, yeah, you got to change it.
This level of insanity. Yes, you do need to take a break from this level of insanity. That being the one that you're dwelling in currently. I'm with you there.
He keeps forgetting about his statement that you'll just misinterpret the citation.
Yeah.
He keeps forgetting that part of what he said.
I know, he wrote right here, to think that is a good argument because it's upon me to show what his own source from the Air and Space Museum thought. Yes, it is, because you were the one who made the claim about what my sources actually think. What the hell, dude? So show me I'm wrong about what the National Air and Space Museum for pre-K actually means. That was the whole point. You don't even know who wrote it, so you don't know they're a smart glober. They could be someone working at NASA that goes, the globe's horseshit for all you know. Just because they have a cartoon ball on their website doesn't mean that whoever wrote that citation didn't really mean flat. Or maybe they did mean flat and they've just never really thought about it, or how that completely clashes with their position that it's a globe. Maybe they just never really thought about it. There's all sorts of scenarios, dude. Nice try. Oh my god. Now he's like congratulating himself for his own self-fulfilling prophecies. He says he predicted something perfectly. He just basically told a story about what happened and then just agreed with himself and left. That's enough of him for now. These games, the fact that they even have to use them. Shows a lot of desperation. I'll be right back.
What is for pre-K? Who cares? Like, how do you take the word flat out of context? go. I'm totally taking that's out of context here, right? When he says horizontal and level, absolutely, that's 100%. I'm misinterpreting those words. Doesn't mean horizontal, right? He says horizontal. Wait, no, he doesn't mean that.
That guy is really slippery and like kind of dangerous because he can give you the worst brain rot, but he dresses it up well so that if you don't really know, if you're not tracking properly or following closely enough, like it might sound like he said something really good. He's a politician. The man can sell brain rot. I'm going to give him that. I think he can. He'll be one of those guys that they all start cheerleading for and be like, yeah, eggshells, yeah. He's our Glover, go, man. You know? And then you ask them, okay, what did he say that actually landed? They won't know. But it sounded good. So, I mean, gonna have to be a better politician to deal with him, I guess.
He's not seriously a politician, is he?
Well, I'm just calling him that because he acts like that.
He does claim to be an actor.
Yep. A lot of those go on to be politicians. They're kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good practice, man. He
What do you
keeps you sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very slippery.
He's like the dude on Family Guy, the oiled up dude that you can't catch. He's a deaf guy. Is he covered in honey or something? No, oil or something. You can't catch me.
Yeah.
Slips out of everyone's grasp.
Can't catch him. I mean, he'll just change his claim halfway through, flip the burden around. He does it all pretty seamlessly. He doesn't care. Like, I mean, they're just total sophist tactics. I mean, he obviously doesn't care if he's being dishonest or whatever. Say something and then, like, start ridiculing you later. Like, you know, he'll just, like, reframe the whole conversation, act like it's a different conversation than the one that you're trying to have. And
Yeah, most people won't catch the burden of proof reversal, and if you didn't catch it, you would be defending. That's what he does.
yeah. Yeah, why don't you show me any tests? You're the test people. Well, who's claiming something? Like, what needs to be tested? What did I say that needed to be tested? I do say that water's flat, but...
His IQ.
Yeah.
about you, Matthew? What would you replace the word flat with in that citation from the National Aerospace?
So I wasn't here for the conversation, but I'm looking at the thing. The eggshells posted at 17 past the hour. I would leave flat there.
Well, his point was that they don't mean what I think they mean, which is just flat.
Yeah, I would say they mean what they say. It says flat, they mean flat.
Yep. Now he's in there saying level is curved.
Oh, he's still here?
He's just chat skanking now.
Hey, get your ass back in here. Hey, Grizzly wants to talk to you. I love dunking on eggs. So much fun. Reese started to be one that I like to dunk on as well, just recently.
Yeah, he seems a little less nefarious than eggs. He's willing to concede and stuff a little bit, but
yeah, but he's trying to he wants to get lost in like rhetoric.
Yeah,
he knows a little bit more from academia, so he tries to think that he can use that like with his game programming, because he does that. He tries to equate a lot of things to like the gaming industry.
So that's reifying, isn't it? It's basically a model, what's in a video game, and he's going to go, well, that must be how the real physics of the world work, right? I think. I don't know. You've probably heard him more than me at this point, but that's what I heard. We got gravitational fields here that he's posting about. So when they say level, they must mean with respect to a radius or some bullshit. Let's see. Particle in a centrifuge experiences an apparent gravitational field almost 5,000 times the magnitude of the Earth's. Well, it depends what you mean. It's a gravitational field. Newtonian, mass attracting mass. Could work on a flat Earth. Doesn't work in a solar system. Well, I guess what he would say with these little snippets that he's pulled out is he's provided some good evidence to think that they mean level is actually curved. But he can't necessarily prove it. It's probably just more likely that like whoever's writing this stuff just isn't really thinking it all the way through. They're writing an article that says that water rests flat. Probably just aren't really like thinking about how that fails to reconcile with their broader worldview of the Earth being a ball. Probably aren't really thinking about it. That would be my guess. I mean, I'm just doing the same thing he is. I mean, it says what it says, so I mean,
I agree with you, Guess. I think that sounds about right.
going on in here.
I haven't heard that voice in a while.
Busy, busy, busy. I'm actually on a shop floor right now watching robots work, taking notes. Implementing our design. We're letting it run some production. Let's see how this goes.
This one's me. Alrighty. Let's see it.
What's this degeneracy?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Guys, where did you go?
One bunch of terrible things to you. Oh shit.
What's up, nerds? It's so fucking quiet in here. Y'all checking off or something? I don't even want to fucking hear you then. That's gross.
Damn, nobody in here talking? Y'all asleep, huh?
I'm at work. These guys are probably sleeping.
And just chill, man. What are you up to, bro? Like, I woke
What's
up
up,
today,
Branch?
man. Dude, I woke up today, right, and the earth looked flat as fuck.
No, you didn't.
I did, man. I looked at the window.
You never woke
I looked at the
Branch.
window and I was like, holy shit, the earth looks flat. Yep. What happened, man? Even though I know it's a globe, it looked flat. You know what I'm saying? You roboting like crazy, blood. We can't get you. Creation Bear, you're roboting like crazy. Creation Bear, like we barely got like the last maybe two sentences, maybe last sentence of what you said. You're just roboting, bro.
Is this fucking better, lad?
Yeah, that's so much better, blood. Bro, this sounds very much better.
There we go.
There we go.
And there we go. And we got people joining right now. Flassy. We got Flatsy. We got Angel. Viking.
So the world is flat?
Yeah.
Well, it's not moving. Angel, are you in a building right now?
It's measured for. I sleep outside.
W. So are you nearby any buildings?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you like to shop at Target?
No.
Wow, so you're not a baddie, huh?
No, I'm not a baddie.
All right. So if you were a baddie and you shopped at Target, do you like using the self-checkout or the cashier, like the lane?
Cashier.
Oh, great. So
yeah.
So tell us what you have in your basket at Target today. We got some makeup or some what do we got in the bag?
Food.
All right, so we got food.
Like what? I don't know. Clothes, food.
We got clothes and food. So we go to the cashier.
What booze? No booze?
No, not one.
Oh man, you don't like to have a drink?
No.
She's wholesome, man. She's wholesome. She's not a baddie. So all right. So we got clothes, we got food, and we go to the cashier and we set them down on the what do you call that? Is that a conveyor belt or whatever you want to call it? Question for you. So the clothes, the food, when you set them down, are they moving toward the cashier? Do they move toward the cashier?
Yeah.
Okay. So the clothes themselves, the food themselves, do not walk or travel on their own, but they're moving because of the conveyor belt, right?
Right.
Okay, let's flash back to the buildings that you're nearby outside. Are they moving in the same way as the bread and the clothes?
Wait. Repeat what you said. Sorry, I'm playing Minecraft.
Minecraft. So the food and the clothes, they move because the thing that they're on is moving. They're not moving themselves.
Right.
So when it comes to the buildings on the ground or the earth, are they moving like the clothes and the food? Or no? What do you think?
Fuck no, they're not.
You mean like
what about
the crust of the earth, like the tectonic plates, or like the people?
Bear, what the fuck are you on about?
Hold on, bro. Let her cook, bro. Let her cook.
Yeah, like the earth, like the crust of the earth moves because of like the tectonic plates or whatever.
Absolutely, it does. It's been moving for fucking forever. That's why the Himalayas were created, and that's how fucking every volcano in the world is there.
Flatsy, save me, please, right now.
Man,
Oh my god.
the only thing in my mind right now is that somebody confused Branch with Brandon.
Oh no.
Nah.
Patsy, I'm very much Branch. No way
I
to be
know, but somebody
confused.
confused you with Brandon the other
Oh
day.
shit.
Wait, no, but we're not talking about tectonic plates,
Is
though.
that
We're
a
talking
compliment,
about
Flatsy? Is that a compliment?
not
Oh
really,
no.
No.
not really.
Okay. Shit. Fuck.
Look,
I'm not nice enough to be a Brandon.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I don't know. What are you trying to do, Creation Bear?
I'm
You're trying to get to know
I
this
don't know,
gal
Flatsy, but
on
I gotta say you
on
got a
top
really nice voice.
on top of
Branch,
like
dude.
tying it into the conversation or topic
Flatsy.
of the server.
Flatsy. I think we're just
Hold
trying to
on,
talk about flat Earth, aren't we?
bro. We're
Yeah.
not talking about tectonic plates. Whoever said something about tectonic plates
I
when it
mean,
comes to
why
the Earth,
not? Tectonic
bro.
plates actually do, in many ways, prove the shape of the Earth.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do, bro. Look at the way that fucking motherfucker shift and fucking vibrate, and every time there's a fucking volcano
That's
here, you
crazy,
detect
though.
it there. Every time there's a fucking little bit of fucking
Let me ask you a question.
here, you can check it out there and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
How deep? Pause. The tectonic plates.
How deep do they go?
Yeah.
I'll probably say like, I don't know, fucking hell, a couple of miles, maybe less. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh. Anybody
Probably
want to
not
look
a
it up
couple of
for us?
miles.
That's
Actually, you
silly.
know what? I'm
Anyways,
100% sure not a couple of miles.
okay, that's silly.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But
so
like,
is okay. Well, I guess what Creation Bear was getting into is what is anything that would indicate that the Earth is moving? So, what would you point to be like, hey, look, the Earth is moving?
I mean, just it's just
Hey, look at that building over there moving.
so understanding the solar system, right, Flashy? But I understand your point of view too. Um, which is why I'm finding out to answer your question. Like, my answer is simply because the way the solar system works.
Bruh.
So, what solar system can I point
I know,
to?
but
Where is it?
in your perspective, it's like what? We're in the middle of it,
Oh,
right?
so you can't point to it. So it's just your imagination.
I'm just saying. I guess it is. It's kind of my like. It's not just imagination. It's a very good
Well, is
guess.
it only in your mind, or is it somewhere you can point to?
Like, I mean, we can measure the fact that we're not in the center of the solar. We're not in the center of A, the solar system, or B, the galaxy.
Show.
Right? We can show that through mathematics.
Okay, then show it.
I mean, you want me to find you some papers right now?
Some papers?
Okay, sure.
I guarantee within 20 seconds.
Are you gonna? But listen, Branch,
okay,
are you gonna?
within 40 seconds
listen?
of searching, I can find you at least 4
First of all, are
papers
you gonna
in that
listen?
shit.
Second of all, are you going to just elephant hurl something at me?
Yeah, I'm just gonna elephant curl it because honestly, Flashy Klein, I like your name. It's cute.
What the fuck is happening?
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Hey, Branch, what you drinking tonight, gang? Branch, what you drinking?
I'm just saying though, bro, it's a cute name, isn't it? Flashy Klein.
Are you Indian?
Yeah. I am.
I don't.
I'm like, okay, so I'm Indian, but I'm like the weirdest Indian because like I grew up in England and then in America and then fucking wherever.
That's not that weird. A lot of Indians grow up in England.
Yeah. So it's weird. Like I only
How you know that?
Indian if someone like it's so weird. Because people ask you where you're from, right? And sometimes you don't understand. Do they mean like where you from because of your accent? Where you from because of your skin color? Or where you from because
There's no way you grew up in England. Like you were born in England?
Yeah.
Oh, so why do you have like an Indian accent?
I don't.
Oh, damn.
I probably have like an Indian twang, right, to what I speak. But
more than a twang.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure. Do your parents like speak like?
Yeah. Like I grew up speaking fucking like Indian at home and shit. So like I don't know. It's hard to say which was my first language. Like
I'm craving some curry right now.
So Flashy, like I can think in both languages, which is weird, right? Because like it's hard to think in a foreign language.
Not really. If you learn.
So how many languages do you speak, Flashy?
A little bit of Spanish and English. So.
Órale, vato.
Hey. Can you? I don't know any Spanish. I don't know how to fucking respond.
¿No sabes español?
Yo prometo.
I just said, hey.
Oh, hell no.
Hijo de puta madre, güey.
Hey, puto. I don't know. That's what I know. Puto.
Caliente.
Caliente.
Anyways, let's get back to the topic.
All right. Flatsy. I don't know.
So are we gonna talk about how you know there's a solar system, or is it just your imagination, or what?
You know the craziest shit, yeah. Like, so like, let me say, what if I said it's my religion?
Then good. Then it's just your belief, and yeah, it is your imagination.
No, it is. Like,
great.
I'm a Hindu, and we believe in a solar system. And we believe in a galaxy, we believe in planets, and we believe in all this in the way it is. And it's
all
part
good.
of our belief system.
That's your religion, man. I don't have a religion, but
can I ask you a question, Kelsey?
Go ahead.
How do you explain the curve, like beyond the horizon?
I don't see a curve. I don't see a curve, and the horizon is horizontal.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you go to an area that's like predominantly flat, you're able to see the curve. Like, for example, that experiment with the boat where they sailed the boat so far.
What?
Sorry. Hold on. So I don't see a curve. I see the limitation of my view, and I see how optics work, where I can see the surface that I'm closest to. If it be, the surface that I'm standing on, or the surface I'm standing on and I'm in a hallway and I have the ceiling and the walls also being a surface, I can see how the optics work. So, yeah, I can see that the surface that I'm closest to will rise or move towards a vanishing point in the distance. So I see something as a result of optics. I don't see a curve. And I have no indication of curve because the horizon is horizontal.
Right, but then how would you explain that the boat slowly went out of vision, like from the bottom up?
Yeah, bottom up obstruction happens on flat surfaces.
I don't know if that's like do you have any like proof of that? Oh, my thing cut out. Hold on.
There was a coffee can.
But she said you can see the curve.
You asked for proof of bottom up destruction on a flat surface.
But I mean, I get what you're saying, but you're not really saying it properly. You cannot see the curvature.
Just ask for proof.
Yo, Branch, chill, bro.
It's in the chat. I had to go look for it. There it is in the chat.
All right, let me see. Right, but that's different because that's a matter of perspective. Like if you were to
Here we go. Here we freaking go, bro.
It's true. If you were to set like an experiment that has no bias, like from the same perspective.
Do you know what an experiment is? What are hold on. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Well, I know I'm not a scientist, so I don't know the basics.
Then why would you say experiment if you don't know what it is?
Because I know that an experiment is something that's scientists or someone that want to extrapolate some truth from whatever they're trying to research. So
You
they
don't know
set
that
forth.
because you don't know what an experiment is or the constituent parts of it.
I mean, you can know what something is without knowing the technical term for it.
Ooh.
I know
You're
what an
gonna let her
apple.
talk to you like that?
I know what an
Are you
I
gonna
know
give
I know what an apple is. I don't know all the chemical structures
That's
that
a
are
what
inside
is
an apple.
question. But that's a what is question. Science would answer
You
the
asked
how,
me
why.
you asked me, do you know what is an experiment? I do know what it is an experiment. I don't know the technical,
Oh, so
description.
you don't know.
Nah, you don't know. You don't know.
Okay,
Listen,
so if I
let them at it,
listen,
bro.
listen.
No, I
All
got
I'm
this.
saying is science is more like qualitative. So you're looking for an explanation in science, like a how, why, cause, and effect. So if you're going to invoke science or an experiment, you should actually know these terms and what they mean. But what you're trying to tell, like what you're really elucidating, is a what is question, which is descriptive. I can describe to you what I see. I mean, what is that going to do for you? It's not going to describe curve. It's going to describe optics and a horizontal line at the horizon.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you know exactly what is and all the terms related to an experiment, right?
Yes.
Yes, I know what an experiment is. Yes.
Asian Bear, let them
Well, if I were to ask you,
man.
Branch, shut your whole ass up.
so
Hey,
if I were to
Asian
ask
Bear, no one asked you this
no,
conversation.
brother.
Talk.
Man, be quiet.
This is why I asked you what the three constituent parts of an experiment are, because I know exactly what they are. I wouldn't ask you a question that I didn't know the answer to, especially
Fact.
being very specific about it.
Okay, so if I asked you to give me like the definition of a term, you'd be able to?
A term that she provided for you, maybe.
No, but she said that I asked her, you know, all the terms related to an experiment, the exact definition of each term. So she said,
Yes,
yeah.
I
Sure,
do.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
go
do
ahead.
know.
Okay.
Hit it.
Okay, this is just a little pop quiz because I'm interested to see.
I'm
Okay,
not.
what's your what's
This is great, Flatty. She didn't know what an experiment was, and now she's about to quiz you.
well,
All
yeah,
right, let's let it roll. Let's
this
let
is
it roll. This
this
should
is
be
a good way
great.
for me to learn too. Okay, what's a
Facts.
replication?
What?
A replication? Like,
Where are you reading this
5,
from?
4, 3,
Where are you reading this
2,
from? What do you mean
1.
replication?
Getting the same result as an earlier test or experiment. Okay, now
Bruh, this is not valid.
what is a control?
no. She's right though. So you would need to be able to repeat the experiment. So go ahead. What was your next question? Go ahead.
What is a control? This one's easy.
Yeah, that's the variable that you would keep the same.
Okay, an independent variable.
The independent
cause.
variable would be the cause, a supposed cause.
Like the variable that changes, that you're making the
Yeah.
change.
That you vary and manipulate the independent variable to elucidate the dependent variable, which is the observation. Yes.
Okay, do you want me to go for another easy one or a harder one?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Let's
Go
go
ahead.
easy. Let's go easy.
I feel like
for
I'm
hard.
answering questions from Chat GPT right now.
No, I'm on Wikipedia. I don't use ChatGPT.
Okay, that's fine. Whichever.
Okay, can you define the scientific method?
Yes. So you would observe a natural occurring phenomenon, and that would be your dependent variable. You would then have to formulate a hypothesis with your prediction of a cause to the observation that you experience. So you would have to have some sort of in between research study to figure out what would be your independent variable. So then your hypothesis would have the independent variable and the dependent variable, and it would elucidate a cause and effect. You would then have an alternative hypothesis, and you would have the null hypothesis. You would then have an experiment to vary manipulate the independent variable to elucidate the cause, which was the observation, the naturally occurring phenomenon.
Hallucinate.
Elucidate, yes.
Or instigate. Instigate.
Elucidate. Either way,
Hallucinate.
you are trying to cause the observation with the independent variable, and then you would have the control variable, so that you have everything that stays the same, and the only thing that is varied and manipulated is the independent variable in your experiment, which is a hypothesis test, and you would repeat that to get the same result over and over, to then have a scientific theory of whether or not what you supposed was the independent variable being the cause of the dependent variable.
But scientific theories can't be but scientific theories can't be proven true, right? They're not absolutes, or they are?
They are absolutes. Scientific theories are absolutes because it is a repeated testing of the independent variable to the dependent variable with a control of keeping everything the same, that the only thing that is changed is the independent variable. So then whether or not you get the dependent variable as your result, whether or not you do that, you still have a result of what is true and what is not. So if you don't get your cause, then your independent variable was not the cause of the dependent variable.
Whoa.
So you're saying that the scientists, or people who have like studied and said, I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, just so you don't get mad or anything, that the earth is not flat. You're saying that they use the scientific theory, or sorry, method wrong. Like they didn't
they would
use it
have to
correctly.
have taken anything that they are portraying as something like scientific. They would have had to have taken it through the scientific method. If they didn't, and they're calling it science, that is the definition of pseudoscience, something that is mistakenly have gone through the scientific method, but hasn't.
The thing is, the scientific method, right, that you're talking about, right, it works in some scenarios and doesn't work in others. Like there are many experiments
Nobody said that.
you can't
Are we
follow
talking about science?
scientific method.
Branch.
In the same way as
Branch. Listen, nobody said that. I didn't say that science is the only way to figure out something that is true. But if you're going to claim something is science and it hasn't gone through the scientific method and rigorous testing, then it's pseudoscience. Any other questions?
Yeah.
I'm zoned out.
Is
Sorry.
it over?
I'm trying to farm. Give me like.
Bruh.
I'm playing Minecraft. Hold on.
Wow.
Okay, I can pause now. Let me look. I think you answered everything, honestly. I wanted to learn too, so this is very informative for me as well.
All right, Flatty, ask her the same questions back.
Terrific question.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Honestly, I was never a math or a science student. Honestly, I was always a literature student.
I loved literature, so, but I was I don't know, I guess I was a nerd. I liked all of subjects.
I didn't like history.
I took chemistry, I took pre-calculus and trigonometry all at once.
Yeah, I never liked math. I like biology though. Like I just was learning about the germplasm theory.
All right. So, do you think that you have any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, personally, like evidence that I procured, no.
That shouldn't be your answer. Surely, I took you through the scientific method, so you should be like, that is a malformed question, Flatsy.
No, well, I don't have any evidence because
okay, but I'm saying, but you should have called me out and said, that is a malformed question, Flatsy, because a shape would not require any science.
No, but I can extrapolate that because me myself, I haven't seen, any reasoning or inductive reasoning to change what I already believe. So I can't say that I have any evidence because I don't. I haven't tried to gain evidence. Like I haven't gone through the method myself. So
yeah, well, you shouldn't use inductive anything for science.
No, well, inductive reasoning is how people form their hypothesis in the first place. Like,
it would require you to
reason something and then they try to prove it.
Yeah, but you would be observing a naturally occurring phenomenon, so you would be able to give a good prediction of what would be or could be the the independent variable, the cause. So you're not just left hanging and have to just guess. You have some things around you that would indicate a cause, maybe. So you would test that. And that's why you have the scientific method, and that's why it is so rigorous, because you will either figure out the cause to the naturally occurring phenomenon or you won't.
Do you have any evidence? I would like to know some sources personally because I like reading. Are there any sources of people using the scientific method to deduce that the Earth is, flat?
That would be a malformed question because that would require something like measurement, empirical measurement, not science. You don't need science when it comes to measuring or figuring out a shape. That isn't science, that is geometry.
There are some scientific aspects to gravitation, for example.
Why don't you give us some examples?
Name one.
Examples, yeah.
Gravity, for example.
Oh, here we go.
What is gravity?
The Earth's gravity would be different if the shape.
What is gravity? Define gravity. Give us a very good definition of gravity, and give us the scientific theory for it.
Gravity is the force around any particular object that has mass.
Okay, what is the scientific theory of gravity?
Like word for word, I have no idea.
So you don't even know. Do you know if you actually gave me an actual valid definition for it?
I know that gravity is the force around any given object that has mass.
No, you don't.
So what if I told you that it's not a force? It's called a pseudo force because pseudo-Riemannian space-time. It's a fourth dimensional space-time that would cause your gravity, not a force. It's a pseudo force.
You're saying gravity is fourth dimensional?
That's what it's claimed to be. I'm saying that that's bullcrap.
No, but you just said, repeat what you said. You claimed yourself that gravity was, unless
Your
I'm mishearing
paradigm. I'm giving you the definition of it in your paradigm. You didn't actually answer correctly for your paradigm of the Earth being a globe and globes being in a vacuum of space and la-ti-da, what branch his supposed solar system. All of that is just imagination. So your fabric of space-time would be your gravity, which means that there is no force. It's a pseudo force. It's a bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything here about a pseudo force.
Yeah, because you don't know your own religion. That's fine. I'm just letting you know that it isn't what you said it is. It is actually considered a pseudo force.
Damn.
By whom, though?
Albert Einstein.
Okay, so
Alberto Einstein.
So Albert Einstein's theory of gravity was in challenge. Like it's just been
theory of general and special relativity. Yeah.
Wait.
It's remained the same for all these years.
Hold on. The version of gravity that you're talking about was challenged by Einstein because you're talking about Newtonian gravity, which was challenged and replaced
superseded
100 years ago, over 100 years ago by Einstein. This is the current model, the current
the
version.
The kind of
but that doesn't answer my question.
Yeah,
it does.
The new is actually quantum gravity. That's the recent one that they're debating whether it's going to supersede Einstein's.
Well,
it's going to actually unify. It's going to unify Einstein's and gravitational theory and Newton's gravitational theory.
Okay, so there like people are challenging. That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, of course.
Quantum mechanics debunks
the thing you're saying,
space-time.
yes.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, quantum mechanics debunked space-time, but they've been trying to reconcile it for a while now. So if they do that, then whatever. It's just another plug to a hole of something that's wrong anyway. So instead of saying, "Oh, what we had and our preconceived notions are wrong," so let's erase the drawing board and start over. No, they just want to plug the holes.
So like Angel, you just believe the Earth's a globe, right? You don't know that it's a globe. Is that correct?
I didn't say either, honestly.
I know,
come on, man.
But what's your idea that what the Earth is? I mean, if you're being real, you think it's a globe, no?
Well, I've read online that it's not a perfect globe. It's not a perfect.
Here we go.
Listen, check this out.
Spheroid.
Oblate spheroid. Is that better? Obviously, you know what I mean.
Seen more.
Obviously, you know what I mean.
Wait,
I've
what are
seen
your
more.
preferred pronouns? We can use your preferred pronouns for the globe. What do you want us to call it?
Why didn't that get a laugh?
What? What'd you say?
Like, it's not a perfect
We're trying
sphere. We're
so
just talking about
hard.
the globe Earth.
Yeah, but you know what we're talking about, right? You know what we mean. Like,
Yeah, we're being like detailed. We're being specific here. You know.
I don't know about that. But listen, if you think that we're being detailed, what kind of Earth do you think you live on right now? What's your mind about?
I've heard more in favor that the Earth is a spheroid than it is flat. So personally,
Yeah, so my whole beef right now is that you think that it's just that because someone told you. You don't know it by any investigation that you've ever done, like no research or anything. It's like a story, like when you hear a bedtime story, you believe dragons and all that stuff because somebody told you that stuff is real, like the Earth being a globe. That stuff is just
yeah,
like
of course I believe it. People much smarter than any of us in the call have said it. So
no. Hold on. Let's not castrate ourselves and just on the altar of science. Let's not do that because you're just saying that those guys are way smarter than us. I doubt it. Those guys that you appeal to, check this out, man. Those scientific communicators, they come in here and they don't even know if the Earth is a globe. 100%. They say it's our best guess. That's what they say. And you guys appeal like the PhDs. I'm talking about cosmologists, astrophysicists, all them guys. You guys appeal to them like they're. Listen,
that's what I'm asking you.
Okay,
You
let me tell you, Mick West.
guys. Who are you talking about?
We got Mick West in here. Who was in there? We got what's his face? Danny Faulkner. He's a PhD. Like there's a whole bunch of people, right, that come through here. There's a guy that was an astrophysicist that he was in here. He didn't know. He went by the name Itier. There's a lot of other guys that come through here, right? And they think just like everybody else that it's a globe because they've been told. They don't know it, Angel. But you're appealing to those guys, and I'm telling you, those guys, all they say is that's their best guess. They don't know either.
So let me ask you a question then. What would the gain be of people telling you that the Earth is a spheroid rather than flat? Like what would they
Bro, it's a tradition. It's a tradition. That's all it is.
For a conspiracy to be conspiracy, there must be a party who gains something.
No. Listen, a conspiracy would mean that people are conspiring. Your third grade teacher is not conspiring against you, right?
They're just doing it out of laziness.
Yeah, now hold up, man. Let me finish. Let me get to the end. I know you got a lot of energy, but your teacher heard it from her teacher, heard it from her teacher, heard it from her teacher, and so on and so forth. It's like a domino effect. They were told all the way down. You can go like to a regression where this information originated, but it originated from religious backgrounds. So that's where it started, right? Because the religious backgrounds a long time ago, like people couldn't read the Bible, so the priest would tell them what's going on, and then the priests were bought and paid for, so they were given information to tell the people, and the people just believed them. So it started from like a religious standpoint, and then it turned out to like now where everybody knows, and it's all like now it's secular and scientific and shit. But really, it's pseudoscience, right? Nobody really knows how the Earth is a globe. We ask people every day for at least 10 years, Angel. I've been doing this that long. Like I'm telling you.
So if people are really that lazy, then why does curriculum ever change? Why does the theory of anything ever change?
It's not a factor that you have to actually know about the Earth in any way, like any measurable way. You can think of it like an idea, right? Like a conception. That's the way it's used. It's used as a conception. It's not used as something that, okay, I know how much curvature there is from here to like Chicago or some shit. You don't need that in everyday life. You just need it like a conception in your brain. That's it. And everybody talks about it like that. Like I guarantee it.
Okay, but much more relevant things to our everyday life have been like found out and proven false or changed, and then it changes how it's taught.
You have to also realize the nuance in it because people are taught something, they graduate on the merits of what they learn in school, and they turn around to reteach it to others. So the nuance that you need to consider would be like these people are only learning these things from previous people, and it's all by propaganda.
Yep.
They're never taught anything about the globe or the solar system or any of that vacuum of outer space and all that craziness.
Yeah, there's no critical
That's all
thinking
taught by
involved.
propaganda. It's not
There's no
taught by actual evidence. You don't
there's
have
no
any.
critical thinking involved. You're not like actually trying to figure things out about the Earth. So it's just like a story, a really good story, right, with a lot of lore, and then you believe it like wholeheartedly. You don't question
It
it.
gets passed down. It gets passed
And
down.
then like a religion, you tell us like, man, how you guys are talking about flat Earth like that? You guys are nuts. And we're like, bro, you just believe in the story. And then by the time you realize you just believe in the story, you're all like, damn, I don't know if the Earth is a globe. I've just been told. All we're trying to lay down to you is that you just believe it, and belief is an acceptance without evidence. That's it. It's just a belief. You're accepting it without any evidence. And you're in here looking at us like how we know science and how we know, like, you're asking flatsy questions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So wait, just to be clear, because I was asking something. For you to believe something wholeheartedly, you need to have gained the evidence
no, you don't.
prove it yourself. That's what you're saying?
No, you don't, bro. No, you don't.
Okay, but you just said that you just said that it was wrong for someone to wholeheartedly believe something if you haven't yourself found it out or like found the proof for it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you haven't done any research into this, man.
Yeah, what does belief mean?
No, but just answer my question. You don't have to answer it with a different question.
You're right. I'll just tell you what belief means. It means to accept it, acceptance without evidence.
Yeah, I just said that like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but
that wasn't what you said. You didn't say that I didn't believe it because I just didn't have evidence. You said it's because I didn't get it myself. Like you said.
No, man, there is no evidence. The globe doesn't have any evidence. It's not real. It's just an idea. There is no. You can't justify it. There's no evidence for it. I'm telling you, it's smoke and mirrors, Angel. There is no evidence for this thing.
Okay, so that goes back to my first point. That people are lying purposely for what reason?
They don't know. Listen, if they're telling you that
it was smoke and mirrors, though.
I know it's smoke and mirrors, but they don't know. Like your third grade teacher, she doesn't know she's lying to you. She's just telling you like what she's been told to.
I'm not talking about third grade teachers, though. I'm talking about.
Yeah, man, but like that's not nefarious. It's not nefarious. It's like people just believe it like a tradition, and they're telling other people. They're not like out to deceive them. You know, obviously,
okay, so people who are smart enough to know different,
people that you think are smart, they're believing the lie just as well as everybody else. So this all came from the very beginning, like where it came from, where it originated from, and they think they're standing on shoulders of giants by learning this, and they're not. They're just standing on propaganda, like story time. That's it. It got nothing to do with reality whatsoever. Like, you can mention anything about the globe, and we can tell you about how none of it makes any sense. Right now, like, if you were to ask, how does it spin? Is there any curvature? Like, is a vacuum of space real? Like, all that stuff, all of that is like a space mythos. It's not real, Angel.
Just when I showed you evidence of bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, you said that it was due to perspective?
Yeah.
That was crazy that you said that, because also that would be able to scale up. Do you believe that? Not believe. Do you know that you can actually use things scaled down and you can scale them up and scale them down? Just like perspective, that can be scaled down, especially with given optics that we have today, because we have smartphones, we have like high definition cameras, we have these things that you can actually scale down your perspective to a degree where you can.
I think she's pretty smart. I don't know. Did you get what she said?
What did she say?
You're saying so. Wait. You're saying that we can scale. Well, I know that perspective matters in size as well from distance as well. But you're saying that we have technology all the way back then that we were forcing perspective. Like when we're forcing perspective to lie.
Hold on.
All you have to do is go find where they actually would account for that, what you're talking about, perspective, with Earth curve. Where do they account for perspective in Earth curve?
Nowhere.
Okay, my question to you is, where's the sources for all this? Because honestly, I'm not smart enough to understand it. I'm talking actually, though.
Yeah, but you didn't
me
answer her
myself, I'm not
question.
smart enough to understand
Angel,
it.
you
My
said,
thing
how come we're
is,
running from
where
questions?
is
You're
your
running from that
sources for all
question.
this? Because honestly,
Man,
I'm open. I'm
That's
not
unfair.
a very guarded person.
But that's unfair, bro. You
No
ran
one
from
can
her
understand us
question.
if we're talking at the same
Bro,
time.
you ran from her question and you didn't answer it, and now you're asking your question. Like, how come you didn't answer her question? You wanted us to answer your questions. That's
She just
unfair.
asked where they accounted for perspective. Me myself, I'm not going over papers over experiments where they counted this and where they count that. 'Cause that doesn't impact my day-to-day life. Now, if you were to like present me some sources that prove that they didn't, or that they lied or something, because I'm open, I love to learn. So if you have some of those sources, I'd love to read them.
Man, listen. I don't think Flatsy has a problem with giving you stuff. Like the first one where she showed you bottom up
But why are
obstruction
you
on the
speaking
flat
for
surface,
her?
bro.
I'm not
Because I'm
asking
telling
you a
you, I know
question.
exactly what she put in the chat. So she put the copy.
I didn't ask you a
Okay, so
question.
like you
I
like
asked
to
someone else a
interrupt, right?
question.
It's
So it
okay for
wasn't
you to
really
interrupt.
guided towards you. It was
It's
kind of
okay for you
guided
to
towards someone
interrupt. That's
else.
okay, right?
So it didn't really
Everybody else
matter
can't interrupt you,
what
but
you
you can interrupt
personally had to
everybody
say
else.
about it, because I wasn't talking to you in the first place.
Yeah, you like to interrupt. You like to interrupt everybody, but you don't want to be interrupted. That's a double standard right there.
I just asked someone
That's
else a
weird.
question and you answered for her.
Yeah, because I already know what the answer
Literal
is.
definition of
Gave you, bro.
interrupting.
You see, like what I'm saying though, I don't understand. Like, how come? Why are you being this way? You're being obtuse right now. You could just listen
I
to
didn't
what I'm
ask you a
saying.
question. I didn't ask you a question,
Put
so
me in,
why would
coach.
you assume that I want you to answer it for me?
Yeah. So listen, this is what it is, right? She dropped a picture in there. It was a coffee can, and she showed you bottom up obstruction on a flat surface. Now, what you're doing right here is when she dropped that to you, you're like, but nah, check it out, no way, and you denied it right off the hand. Like you didn't even give it a chance. Like what I'm saying is, I understand your mind. You reject everything because even if you're
I
given
didn't
proof.
reject it. I said, isn't that just an example of perspective? I didn't yell at her, say she was wrong.
No, I'm not saying you yelled at her,
So
but you rejected it.
what the issue boils down to is you're coming from a very aggravated state, possibly.
Aggravated?
Maybe you
Man,
didn't.
ain't nobody aggravated around here.
Maybe you
Listen,
didn't
I'm just
sleep
saying.
or something. But when
No,
someone asks
dude.
someone else a question, they generally want the
Think that,
person they
man, you
asked
think you're
to
being a
answer.
Sigma trying to like barrel through conversations. You're not doing that. You're not doing that right here. This all of this is a cope, bro. It's a you're coping right now because you don't want to
Asking
hear the
people
truth.
questions as a cope?
No, what you're doing is a cope. Like your attitude is a
No,
cope. You
I
interrupt people and shit.
No,
That's a
I
cope,
think you're
bro.
angry because I asked someone else a question, you answered, and I
No.
told you.
It didn't even like that. It didn't even like that. All we're talking about
I
is like.
think it is because you sound very mad that I did that.
Oh, here we
Now,
go.
if you allow her to answer
Nah,
the question,
I'm upset because you're acting like a Sigma. You think that everybody can bow down to you and nobody can like, you know what I'm saying? Like we have to listen to what you gotta say. But then when it's a double standard, when we talk, you don't want to listen to us. That's unfair, dude. You can't do that.
well, I think I want to listen to people what people have to say. I asked someone a question. That's kind of
You'll
the
do what you're told, yeah.
I'm just saying, man. Like if you want to have that conversation, this like there's a room full of people. There's a room
You're
full of people.
actively interrupting someone right now.
No, you just saying that because you don't want me to talk. That's your Sigma attitude. You just want to shut me up so that you can like
You can
put
talk
one
as
on
much
me.
as you want. I'm telling you, you have something to say.
Yeah, it's the Sigma attitude that you think everybody's like catering to you and like, man, get out of here, man.
I got it right here though.
Thank you.
Okay, so your Rayleigh
Whatever,
criterion.
dude.
Your Rayleigh criterion would give you also your incident angle to let's say your angular resolution. So you've got an angle of incidence with that. It just so happens that the Rayleigh criterion for the angular resolution and the angle of incidence would be 1.22. Guess what they say that the curvature is, and predicting where the horizon would be located at a given 1 foot of observer's height in feet.
So you're saying perspective is the reason that we observe a curve? I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Oh, you didn't even hear what she said.
Yeah. So it's not a curve. It is your angular resolution and the angle of incidence. Guess what they say about a 1 foot observer's height for curvature at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're at 1 foot, So 1 times 1.22 is what?
Ooh.
I'm not good at math personally. You're gonna have to tell me that one.
Okay, wait. What's 1 times 1?
Hold on.
Just 1.22 is the answer. Okay, so 1 times.
Just give her all the answers, Flatsy. That
She
way
left, bro.
Oh.
Bro,
She's
what
gonna
a
be right back.
stigma, bro.
Oh, okay. So here we go. So
Don't give her the answer, Flatsy.
Okay, go ahead.
But
So
no,
what's
what
1
did you
times
say?
1? What's 1 times 1?
It's
What's
1.
1 times
All right, what?
1.22?
No. What's 1 times 1.22?
1.22.
There you go. Back to you, Flatsy.
Okay, so that is your angle of incidence with your angular resolution with the Rayleigh criterion. Okay, so this is the law of optics. So we're dealing with just optics, which is how you see with optics. So 1.22 is also what they say is the limitation of your view where the curvature would start. They don't include the Rayleigh criterion in curvature. They don't include any of that. They say that you are experiencing at 1 foot observer's height that the horizon is predicted to be at 1.225 miles. Okay, so you see the correlation there? We've made the connection. We've drawn out the dots for you right here. So this is where you're not getting the math for the Rayleigh criterion in Earth curvature. And if you can find it for me in Earth curvature, please show it.
But isn't perspective like a visual? That's like what's the word?
Here we go.
An illusion. And
This
then
is what we're calling
curvature.
hijacked. We're calling Earth curve a hijack.
Man, I already told you she's coping. She's just coping.
Yeah.
She ain't gonna listen to anything you get, man.
Yeah, but this is
Nothing
what
but
we
a
call
cope.
it. Yeah, look
You're
at
interrupting
Rayleigh.
someone.
We have Rayleigh criterion. I love you, man. He's deafened, but
Bro,
he's
all
in
you're gonna do everything everybody puts to you in this channel, you're just gonna cope. Nah, that can't happen. Nah, that's not right. And you don't know anything about what anybody's presenting. That's just you right now.
I put a
Yeah, I don't because you're
in the
interrupting
chat.
them. Go ahead.
I put a citation in the chat so that you can reference it. And what I'm telling you is that Earth curvature is the prediction of the horizon for an Earth curve would be at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we're just going to go ahead and simplify it for you and say at 1 foot of observer's height, where would the horizon be predicted? It would be at 1.22 miles, right? So that's what I'm telling you. That's the angle of incidence that's being hijacked for Earth curve. So and I love it because in this VC call, even though he's deafened, there's Rayleigh criterion right here. He's got the Greek symbol equals the 1.22 there. Like that right there is the formula for it. So just letting you know.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong because I don't.
Did she cut out
Did
for
she
you?
cut out?
Yeah, I think she cut out.
She said, correct me if I'm wrong, but...
Probably for the best.
Wait, well, we got you. We'll correct you. It's fine. You are wrong. Just kidding. We're freaking roasting her, Miggy. I love it. Full
Probably
misogyny.
for the best.
Dude, this is... I'm sure the Sims are getting like, no, you need to be nice to her.
Man, look,
Not
man.
tonight. Not
every
tonight.
every individual gets treated the same in here, man or woman. You know what I'm saying? You get spicy, man. You already know what's going on. But look, the way I see it is that Flatsy's the homie, right? So she's trying to lay down some facts, and we got somebody that's just like hand wave dismissing. Come on, man. We got time for that. Now, if she was like, oh, you know what? I never heard of that. That's pretty cool. You know, that's different, right? But all this, like, man, that can't happen. It's like, bro, you didn't know about this like 2 seconds ago.
I know, right?
She
That's
just dropped some
crazy.
facts and you just hand wave dismiss it, man. What is that?
It's
What's this
Insta
attitude?
expert
Like,
syndrome.
I don't know, man.
It's that's called Insta expert syndrome right there.
You already know me, CB. Like, I don't got time for that, man. Like,
No, I think I asked her a question and you got angry. I think that's.
Oh, here we go.
Bro, like, you've been whatever. Let's see.
Exactly.
Wait, I can turn myself in. I didn't realize the tone police was here. I can turn myself in. I'm so sorry.
All I'm saying is that Flatsy's a homie, man. She's laying down some facts. Just don't dismiss it. Just listen to her. That's all.
When did you dismiss it? I asked her a question. Am I not allowed to ask questions?
Do you not listen to women?
I don't care. You can ask her whatever
you don't listen to women? You need to respect women.
You said something and then you cut out, so I don't know what you said.
Yeah,
but I was trying to let you know that Rayleigh Criterion, he's also a flat earther here in the VC, but he's deafened. He's got the theta equals 1.22 lambda distance right there, the formula for your angular resolution angle of incidence.
Right. So, what would you suggest is like a good video that explains this, like something I can start on, because it's interesting to me.
Like
I
would say to learn the claims of the globe. So I wish Elijah was here because he's got that video where the guy was like, "Where is the curvature for if you're 6 foot observer?"
I have it.
Okay, good. You can post it. This is good. So you would learn the claims of the globe, learn them, and this is where you have to look to see if it's ever been falsified. So the claim can be falsified, even if we're taking a negative position to the positive claim. We can absolutely falsify the claims that have like those nice numbers to variables. So they give us like a dimension, the dimensions of the oblate spheroid. So whether you're giving the circle, it's so funny that it's a circle of equal elevation around Polaris to give us the equator, that they cut the supposed claimed globe in half just so that celestial navigation will be much easier to navigate. They use a cut in half globe so that they use an equatorial plane. So the equator is a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. So we have a circle, and to a glober's mind, that's like, oh, a circle means a globe. But that if you're being intellectually honest, a circle is a two-dimensional thing. So it's a flat surface. So if you're having to cut the globe in half and work from the inside of a globe outward, and you're actually on the sea conducting these measurements with angle measurements, elevation angle measurements to be precise, you're not using the center of a globe at all. You are the observer measuring to the horizon, which is a horizontal line that gives you a horizontal plane of reference in celestial navigation, and you are the one distinguishing what angle some sort of star, be it now at this point Polaris, at your whatever angle it's at in your field of view. If you're at the equator, then it's at its minimal elevation angle, so it's right on the horizon. So you're only getting flat measurements. So we're utilizing the Earth as flat. We're measuring it flat with elevation angle measurements. And then you want to tell me that you've taken those measurements and made a globe somehow, and I'm not seeing it. So if you can tell me how they've measured drop over distance on the surface of Earth, then I'm all game. I'm a glober, buddy. Let's go.
So you're saying, because I didn't know that actually. So like they use the chart. You said to like chart as well, or like they use like a flat circle, but then that's like a stand-in for a globe.
Yeah, they cut the globe in half at the equator line and use an equatorial plane for simplicity, and that's how they navigate. And then you turn around at the equator. If you're the observer and you're on the equator, you turn around and you do the same thing from the equator and make circles of equal elevation, flat elevation angle measurements that way too. So I mean, whether or not there's an anomaly in the sky where you need to have a circle of equal elevation around Polaris being the point in the sky that you're using, then you turn around and you use something else, you're still measuring the Earth flat, but you're just using a different coordinate system. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, I didn't know that actually that they use. So is that for like navigation as well as like how they take their measurements?
Celestial navigation, and also if you're going to do like aviation, they also use this type of navigation because the anomaly of the sky is that all of the celestial bodies do not change positions with altitude. So they have the same elevation angle measurement given any horizontal plane of reference because it's a reference to the horizontal plane of the horizon. So the plane of the horizon, if it's something like whatever you're using in aviation, which is a what they call because they're using gyroscopes, so they have like a what is it called? Something some type of horizon that would it's like the name escapes me right now. I don't know why. I'm just blanking. So they have an artificial horizon. There you go. The artificial horizon is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So you only have parallel lines, you only have planes, you only have like no curvature is involved whatsoever except of the sky. And even the sky with the what you would call like think about a protractor. You know what a protractor looks like. So that it has its base that's flat and then it has the arc above it. That's because of the way that we see. We see that way. This is optics. So we're actually measuring the sky flat that is parallel to the plane of the horizon, but you're having to use the way that we see, which is like a protractor, left to right. So hold out your arms like parallel to the ground, and you see from your left to your right, flat from left to right, but over in an arc. That's the way that we see. So that's the way that we have created there's 180 degrees. So that metric system of degrees, angle measurements, 90 being the zenith. So you have that arc above you, but somehow they've been able to trick people in thinking that we live on that arc that we see above us. We don't. We live on the flat surface below that we're using.
Damn right.
So how do you explain what's it called? Like when people go to space, right? And
Here we go.
Okay. Well, I would use my knowledge.
Me asking a question is not a gotcha. Like you're very
I'm not
on
thinking
right.
I wasn't thinking it was a gotcha. I was going to answer you
not
honestly.
you. It's just very like everyone. A lot of people are very on edge.
Oh, don't worry about them. They're just hype men. You know, like when you got a rapper on stage and you got a hype man behind you. He's like, "What? Yeah. You know that's what CB is." Nobody is the hype man. Anyways,
Flatsy, you understand me so well. W Flatsy.
So I would say I would use a different way of discerning that one, whether it's true or not. There's natural laws that we observe in nature. So we've got certain things that can't be explained. They're just that the reason why they're called laws is their effects in nature that we don't know the known cause because that's why they're called laws. These effects happen no matter what. And the second, the laws of thermodynamics. So there's 4 of them, but it's funny because the last one is the 3rd law. Anyways, there's 4 laws of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics would be what you would know by high pressure goes to low pressure and hot goes to cold, things like that. So when you have a cup of hot coffee and if you leave it there for too long, it seems like it's cold, but it's room temperature, it's not hot anymore, and it equalizes with the temperature around it. Just like pressure does the same thing. So especially if you have gas pressure, if you have gas pressure, You have a high pressure system next to where there's not so much high pressure, like a balloon. Say, like you blow up a balloon with your lungs, you just blow it up with air and you let it go. What happens to the balloon? It flies around, releasing all of the gas that you blew into it into the lower pressure because it's high pressure inside of the balloon going into the low pressure violently. That's why the balloon will, you know, you'll hear it just and see it just freaking splay around until it falls to the ground, right?
Right.
This whole effect in nature is called a law. It's the second law of thermodynamics, and high pressure always goes to low pressure. So we're told that we are breathing gas pressure here on Earth. You and I are breathing it. At surface, it's at the surface level, it's 14.7 psi or 760 torr. Okay, so as and up in altitude, you have a certain decrease in this pressure. So whether you're doing pounds per square inch or you're doing torr, there's either an increase or there's a decrease of it with either one. So at the surface, we have 14.7 psi. So we know with all, like everything around us that would ever require us to have gas pressure, we need a container. So we are giving you the claim that there can't be gas pressure that we're breathing without a container. So they're telling you that they're going to the vacuum of space, which is an almost perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. And they're telling you that that's this near perfect vacuum that we're adjacent to with our high pressure gas pressure next to it without a barrier. That can't be true. So whatever claims that they make that's against the second law of thermodynamics, then it can only be laughed at with the utmost humiliation because it's so funny that they think that they can defy natural law. It's not possible. So they would need to give us an example where they can have gas pressure without a container. So there you go.
Right, but don't people say that? I feel like I've heard that gravity is the reason that,
Merch.
Okay, so what was the definition of gravity again, and what was the scientific theory of it again? Because we went over this before, right?
Right, but what I'm confused about is like, okay,
I believe her.
if we don't have gravity, right, how do you explain
What is gravity? How did we not have it if I don't know what it is?
Like, you want me to explain? I'm confused. Like, you want me to like tell you what it is?
Are you going to tell me it's a force again, and I'm going to have to remind you that it's a pseudo force?
Okay, so if it's so, okay, in your own definition, how would you explain the phenomenon that we call gravity as pseudo force or whatever? Like, explain it to me.
I would say that it doesn't. I'm taking the
Not a
position that
thing.
I'm taking the position that it doesn't exist. I would need somebody to prove that it does. So how would
Facts.
you go about proving that this pseudo-Riemannian fourth dimensional space-time exists that would be keeping the gas pressure on a globe that we haven't even defined? We haven't even measured the globe. We're measuring the Earth flat. So why am I even having to entertain the thought of gravity being a pseudo-Riemannian space-time pseudo-force when we haven't even proven the globe yet? Like, you know what I mean? So there's there's fundamental things that need to be addressed first before we move on to these other things that are claim stacking. Shout out to CB because that's his term.
Okay, well, I don't understand a lot of this. Are these things in the side chat like resources for me to watch?
Oh, I guarantee you that the chat has been lighting you up with a lot of information. So if you wanted to look at it, you
My
should.
laptop is very slow, so.
But no, it's fine. If you actually want a link to the home server, I can give you a link. I would have to DM you though, so you don't have
Yeah,
to
that's
DM.
fine. I have
You
it
don't
on.
have to DM me back or anything, or ever DM me again. I'll just DM you the home server. We've got a like a whole archive of information that you can go
Yeah,
through.
I'd be interested in that because you're very like what's the word? Like, you're very easy to talk to. You're very respectful. So I feel like I'm
Classic.
able to
Well, I love talking about it, and this is my favorite thing. And I love that you didn't take anything personal that I said because I'm not meaning it personally to you.
Well, yeah, of course, it's the internet, so like it
Yeah.
so personal on the
So
internet.
it's kind of cool that you didn't take anything that I said personal. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I do need something to watch while I play Minecraft, honestly. So,
There we go.
all right, so like you'll send is it like a server that I'm joining?
Yep. 24/7, baby.
All right,
So
cool.
where we all came
My
from.
DMs are open. So
Are you a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha? Oh, she's gone. Lol. What did she say?
Oh, I just sent her the invite to the home server just now in her DMs. I wanted to make sure that I said that you don't have to message me back in DMs. Just take the invite, and that's all that it has to be. I don't want to talk in DMs. I don't like doing that, actually.
I hate DMs too, Flatsy. Get out of my DMs, anybody. Unless you're, Bob's in between. But yeah, no, I hate DMs. It's like, what are we doing in my DMs?
I hope you guys really enjoyed that because I think that was pretty good, right?
That was great. That was actually really good. I think whenever there's ladies around, it's kind of helpful to have like a little lady on lady action pause.
I kind of think so too because I can relate to a lady and she didn't take offense to anything I said. And a lot of people, like guys, will take offense to things that I say like that. I said a lot of things that I would have expected some Globers to take offense to that she didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, but she hated Miggy's vibe there for a second. Is that a man speaking? Like, oh man.
Where's he?
I don't know if y'all can hear me in the background, bro. I was about to cook. When she was like, you're interrupting. I was about to be like, lady, listen, lady. A man is speaking. No, but that was great. I'm glad you were here, Flapsy. That was awesome.
Who knows? If I wouldn't have been, she might not have even.
She probably would have got banned tonight. Let's be honest.
It was kind of chaotic for a second there. I'm glad that you guys let me take her because I have the ability to be able to talk to people about flat Earth and give. Like I'm not just some newbie anymore. Even though I am kind of.
You know what?
By your standards, I am a newbie. But
me? Nah. Flashy, listen, I was about to just say, I'm glad you brought that up because I was about to congratulate you, give you some flowers. I feel like I still remember when you first joined 24/7, low key, and like your progression has gone crazy. I feel like you're like, I mean, you're going harder than me right now. Pause. But like you're like working with the Ball Busters and FED and Oakley and all those guys. Your arguments are good. I mean, you're doing great stuff.
Well, I've done my due diligence. Like, I don't just take what people tell me on face value. I go and do the research and learn it. All aspects of it on my own. Like, I really want to know these things. So when you hear me talking about something that I know, you know that I know it. Like, I'm not going to talk about it if I don't. And if I don't know it and I say something, I'm like, I don't actually know. I've heard somebody talk about it. Let me go see if I can find it, this and that. Like, I'm not going to just be like, I know something that I don't.
Yeah. That's a trait that I think can be picked up from hanging out with us in 24/7 because, that's how we avoid.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
This is why I love you guys. You hold everybody accountable to what they say. And I like it also for the aspect of anybody that comes through. Our hands are rated E for everyone. Doesn't matter who you are.
Did you just make that up?
No, I've heard it a bunch, but I like
That
using
was a good one, Flashy. That was a good one.
I've used it a bunch. I've used it.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, rated E for everyone. That's our hands.
That's good. I like it. I like it. That's so true too. Nah, but you're doing great work, Flatty. You know, like you deserve your flowers and some praise, a little recognition. You've done great work. I feel like you're doing more than me. So shout out to you. Good job.
Well, I thank you. That's why I'm a mod over there in FED. So when you come over there and I flex on you, I'm just kidding. I'm not really seriously.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I like it. I like it. Because if I ever get muted, you can just unmute me.
Exactly. It was also just when you got muted, it was me muting you, and I immediately unmuted you and just like let you know in chat that it was me, so you didn't be like,
I
"Who's
saw
muted
it.
me?"
No, I saw it. I saw it. You're good. That was funny, dude. Brian was like, "Creation bear, you're drinking." I'm like, "Oh, Brian."
I love Brian. He's got heart.
Oh man, that was
He,
funny.
the only thing that Brian is at fault for is like he gets too haughty. Like he thinks that
Yeah.
like he thinks too like he'll go way far into something that he might misunderstand and then like
Yeah.
do a whole video on it and then like his misunderstanding
Right.
put on display. Or when he went and like kind of had a debate with Witsit a couple of times, you could tell where he didn't know something and he was it was, but he kind of alluded, he was not just like, I know this for a fact. He wasn't like that or anything. So when he doesn't know something, maybe here and there he'll go off on a tangent on something that he doesn't know. But for the most part, Brian is the reason why we got that pitch data. So let's not forget, like, and he loves having something attributed to him. Don't let him fool you. He can't fool you because if
Okay.
you listen to him long enough, you'll be like, oh, this guy just wants something attributed to him in flat Earth. Like, they're
Oh.
fighting over, like, who said what first. Like, Brian said it 2 weeks before. We have a joke, a running joke. So if somebody said something that was profound, Brian said it 2 weeks earlier, and you better remember that. You know, like,
That's hilarious.
yeah, people are fighting for like rights to something in flat Earth because the main points that we have are already pretty much taken up by the veterans of flat Earth that came in and
Yep.
really made it what it is. So you got Indio, you got QE, you got people like Alpha AI. These people are they've given us a lot of fundamentals that we shouldn't take for
Facts.
granted because we've taken things for granted so much in the past that we don't need to take it for granted again. So remember those who helped lead us in this direction.
So true. So true. I feel, good to be in the position that we're in because, I definitely didn't start off where I am now. A lot of us started off underneath somebody else, like a veteran. And some are still here, some of them are not. Shout out to those that have come and gone. But like, I will give Brian, I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I look at this whole community a bit like a still body of water. If you were to take a giant rock or even a pebble and you just chuck it into the water, well, you're gonna create a ripple effect from your actions. And I've certainly noticed things that I've said or phrases that I've come up with or arguments that are basically like the pebble that got chucked in the water. Because I see ripples from things that I've said throughout the community, and it feels so good. Flassy, you said earlier, claim
Yeah.
stack, and you're like, shout out to CB. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah.
I was about to
Like,
say it. I was just about to reference that because I was like, dude, I love giving the credit where I get something from because we
yeah,
all build on each other. And if I can help you, you can help me big time. Like in this conversation, I will happily give you credit. I still make sure that QE gives Lunatic credit to that video that he has.
the drone.
Yeah, the drone footage of the moon and the stars moving while it's staying in one position. and those things that are moving. Also, it disproves parallax too. So there's a lot of things that you can tie to it. So, but QE likes to just use it for its base, like fundamental thing. So, what is moving, the ground or the sky? And I love that.
Yeah.
Because all that QE ever wants to do is put out points out there that are so easy to understand that anyone can. Like, and that's the problem with Globers. Globers are like, this isn't complicated enough, so it can't be true. You know, like appeal to complexity should absolutely be a fallacy. I don't know if it is, but probably isn't, but it should be.
I've heard you say it before. Is it not a fallacy? I thought you
No, it
were
wasn't me that said
referencing.
it. No, it was
Oh.
Gregory that said it. And I was like, dude, that sounds right. So I tried to look it up and I can't find it. But appeal to complexity should be a logical fallacy.
We can
Absolutely.
add it. We could add it because you're probably right. Because they do have this mentality of like, well, if it's not complicated enough, then it's not true. Like, that's retarded. That's too simple. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
like
like
that's a good thing.
Yeah, I like giving credit where credit's due, though. So if I've heard something and I was like, what is that? So I'm looking it up and I'm like, okay, I'm not finding it. It's not really a logical fallacy, but I can see where you're like, that is fallacious thinking. So if somebody's like, this isn't complicated enough, then it can't be true. That is
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. It can be that simple, absolutely. Which that
So
would
what
tie
things
into
have you
other
come up with?
fallacies. That would tie into other fallacies, so you don't have to say appeal to complexity and be like a false dichotomy or something. Like it's either complex or the complexity of it can't be true, or it can only be true because it's so simple that can't be true. So that's a false dichotomy. So it does kind of tie into other fallacies that you can point out. So I get it. That's why it's not really. But I think that is a valid point that people don't like. They don't accept things that aren't complex. If it's so complex that they can't understand it, then it must be true. You know, that's like a like, is it a personal incredulity or something like that? You know, there's a bunch of things that you
It
can
might
tie
be.
into it.
Yeah. So what things have you come up with, Platsy? You come up with some good stuff on your own, like your own arguments that people use, things that you said that you steal?
I guess I don't know anything offhand. If I've said
The
anything
laws of
that's
logic.
original. Well, that's not original, but I can go to fundamentals and destroy people on just the principles of logic. They fail at just even understanding the principles of logic. If you can understand the principles of logic, you can
The laws
also
of logic?
understand all the laws of logic. You can understand all of the logical fallacies at their base. So it's always fundamental. So always take it back to something simple. And I love it. It's always so simple. The things that you can destroy people on in their philosophies is something so simple. So no, I don't have any trades or tricks or anything like that. Honestly, this is just something that we all know.
We need to get you one or something, girl, because if it does feel good, whatever. I don't know what Brian's original things are, but if anyone has heard the term Waterhill, I mean, that's my shit. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will
That's my
forever
shit.
attribute. Listen, I know what is attributed to you because I know you very well. I've heard you do your arguments and stuff. Like, I just love everybody's style. Everybody's got their own
Me
style, and
too.
I like it.
I was gonna bring it up earlier, Flatsy. It's like, the biggest strength you could have is like just tailoring or catering to your own skills. I think it's a weakness to try to be like someone else, right? If I try to be like Quantum Eraser, I'd be a bad version
Yeah,
of
me
Quantum
too.
Eraser. But I'm a good
I'm the
version of my
same
own
way.
self, right? So it's like, yeah.
I am
Find
who I
out what
am.
your strengths are.
Yeah, I am who I am. My strengths are in research and being able to know something like a subject fully and so well that I can discuss it in layman's terms. And I can also flex on it too. I can use the terms that people don't understand if I wanted to flex, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to give you information in layman's terms. So that's how that's my super strength is being able to know something so well that I can explain it to a 5-year-old, which I know that I can because I have a 5-year-old.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no. I think you are right about your own skill assessment. I think you're right there. And
Yeah,
I would
did you
encourage
just say
anyone.
I am what I am? Are you Popeyes?
I didn't say that.
No, she did.
The sailor man. I'm not olive
Wait,
oil.
is that what Popeye says? I am what I am?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Damn, what the fuck? Damn, that's some Mandela effect or whatever. Holy, I forgot that.
He's
Wait,
strong
when does
as
he
a
say
spinach
that?
because he eats the spinach.
I am what I am. Like, how does he say it?
I don't know. Robin Williams played him in a movie one time. It was hilarious.
Oh, really? They did a live action of Popeyes? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. He had like
Not gonna lie, that shit
super
was dope
big
though.
forearms.
Freaking spinach. That's kind of cool. That was cool. How did we get to this, bro? Jenna, or what is this guy's name? Jumla.
I didn't even put that in. My phone, like someone was hacking me or something and just put a weird name.
Oh, damn, bro. Somebody help a guy
Damn
out.
Muslims.
Are you a flat earther? Or?
No, not really. I wasn't raised in any religion.
Oh, I
I'm a
wasn't
scientist.
either. Scientist. Do you feel like you have a good understanding of what science is?
Yeah. I mean, I'm good at
What is
math.
science?
Like,
Whoa. What the fuck? All right.
Do you think that
What is
math is
science?
science?
Yo, like, he said, yeah, I have a good
no, it's the
understanding of science. I know
fundamental
some
of
math.
science. I mean, like, if you, there's different, if you're a biologist or
Yeah.
something, that's cool, you know? But,
It sounds like biology.
yeah, like physics, computer
Sounds like
science.
physics. Sounds like computers or
Yeah.
technology. So what is science?
I guess it's skeptical understanding.
You guess?
Maybe she would agree.
Did you just call yourself a scientist?
Yeah, I am.
So what is science again?
If you want to put it simply, I just said skeptical understanding.
That's hilarious. It's an
I don't want it
oxymoron.
simply. I just want it accurately.
So, as a statistician, designing experiments is something that has to be done really carefully. There's actually a lot of people in biology that fudge their results.
He said statistics.
Statistician.
Yeah, statistician. So he's like like he deals with
You do statistics?
Yeah, that's not science.
Yeah, that's what I majored in.
It definitely
No.
uses the the principles of the scientific method is something that a statistician would use, but it's not the scientific method because you can't actually observe a natural phenomenon, find the cause and effect, because causation doesn't always equal correlation.
Or the other way around.
That's just the saying that people say.
Correlation doesn't always equal causation. That's what I meant. It was the other way around. That's right. But
my point was experimental design is something.
Yeah, but you would have to deal with those factors in statistics because you have intelligent agents manipulating things that you can't control, right? So that's why it's not absolute.
What is your field?
I'm a mom and a wife.
Oh,
you know what's crazy? Like she probably knows more about what science is than, no offense, than you, who claims to be a scientist, bro.
because I invent things all the time.
That's
I invented
not
ternary logic
scientist.
AI.
That's not science, though.
Dude,
That is computer science.
what do you think science is?
It's not what you
Being
think it
able to
is. It's
figure
not a
out an
buzzword. Why
You being
do you
able
guys always use science like a buzzword? Sorry, Flatsy. My bad. I'm lagging. Go ahead.
No, you being able to figure out an algorithm for something that's already man-made, like you're just playing into that field of something that's already man-made. This isn't something that's happening naturally. So you're getting things confused when it comes to science. It would be something in nature that would have a cause and effect, that you could know the cause, elucidating the effect that you see. So you would know what, like, say you come from being out at sea for so long and you're sick and you don't know what's wrong with you, and you're going to the doctor and you're like,
Curvy.
I've been at sea and I don't know what's wrong, and he gives you an orange or something and you start feeling better. Like this is what you can kind of figure out what's a cause and effect in nature, so you don't have anything that you're giving an example for that would be something in nature. You're giving something that's intelligently designed by an intelligent agent. So you have to work within that, where some things will yield certain results, whether it's algorithm based. You said something about I think you said something about AI. Is that what you were talking
Ternary
about?
logic AI.
Yeah.
It's not Chat GBT. It's the real
No, I
thing.
didn't say that, did I?
The-
I didn't say that, did I?
No,
Oh, okay.
Somebody said something.
look, I get it. I'm standing on the shoulder of giants, or whatever boomers used to say. But it's like, yeah. I mean, I got inspired by things I read and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you're
But I
dancing
still invent things.
field that's already, it's not natural. It's created by us intelligent agents. And yeah, I would say that there is something that you could take from that, like information alone is something that only intelligent agents can understand. We have the ability to retain information, where if I tell you, hey, there's a lion behind you about to chomp at your heels, you're gonna understand what I'm talking about by my expression, by the
I would have already heard him.
the emergency in my voice. These things that you can pick up on, that's information that can't be qualified as matter or energy. Those aren't anything that you can quantify, or you can't measure it. You can't do any of that. You don't have energy. Like, you can measure energy with
Okay,
like
then where do you
joules
store
and
it?
you know what I'm saying? Like, information is something different. So when you're using that concept of information for like computer science, that you think that is science, it's not. It's just playing around with something that is only available to people like us, or to beings like us, intelligent agents, humans. Do you think that a squirrel can come and use the algorithm that you created? No, only we can. It's a transfer of information. It's like mathematics. You know what I mean? Do you know the 4 types of logic?
Most of us are
I've not heard of this before.
Okay, so 4 types of logic, that would be formal, informal, mathematics, and symbolism. So what you're doing would be within the
That
realm of,
sounds redundant.
how is that redundant?
Symbolism and mathematics. I mean, what's the difference? Oh.
Because symbols don't equal mathematics, but you can use symbols in mathematics. So I'm not saying that you can't interchange the two. I'm saying those are the 4 types of logic.
Okay, I just thought logic was like when you use basic.
Symbols can be language. Mathematics is a language. It's a descriptive language, but symbols can also have different meanings, not just something. Say you can use
I know it's just another language.
theta, equals 1.22 lambda distance. Like that would be the. I just said this to another person, and it's in chat. If you look at Rayleigh criterion right here, so that would be an indication that you can use symbology in mathematics, but that is a whole different field or a different form of logic. So you can also use symbols to tell an event in history. Has nothing to do with mathematics. You know what I mean? So symbology is different than mathematics, but they can, mix and mingle. Not saying that they can't, but only intelligent agents that can use logic would be able to do this, right?
Yeah. But
so therefore,
I don't
your
understand.
your idea of computer science would actually not be science. It's only playing around in the intelligent agents of the world. You can't tell an algorithm to a squirrel. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm trying to,
actually,
get
I
across to you.
can. But
Okay, but it would be a fruitless endeavor. You're not going to be able to do it.
yeah, it is a fruitless. I mean, I've trained like many people that had issues like retardation and autism and stuff like that.
Those are intelligent agents still.
And
You're
animals.
not really giving me something different.
What do you mean
Well,
by age?
both my cats, like, see, here's the thing. My partner is a translational research veterinarian.
Partner.
No, it's a girl. It's not
just say
like
your
a
girlfriend. The fuck?
Yeah, I mean, we're not married, but we lived together for 10 years.
Yeah,
But, I mean, my point is, we bounce ideas off of each other.
Yeah, why did you propose?
No,
What the hell?
we're just old, man.
Hush.
10 years, no ring? That's
You
a
know
hell, bro.
You know she's waiting on a ring. You know that, right?
10 years, no
Well, I almost got this big hat ring. It was like $5,000.
I'm just busting your ball. I'm just picking on you, man. I'm just picking on you.
I know. I get it.
Her mama and her friends like me.
I don't know. Our parents didn't originally like each other, but now they do. So
they're about to not like
it's
each other again.
it's just like it's just pointless. Like we already have a baby, so it's like.
God damn, man! I gotta get. All right, let me chill.
He's not screaming right now, but
that's crazy, bro. I mean.